Are we ready? Well, I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals.
Come on.
I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Thursday edition of the stream. Today, we will be working on more Insignia dev. I have been recording footage today for a series of clips that I am intending to make for a potential publisher to look at. That was a big hurdle for me to get through. I just need to finish that. And then I can send it off and that's that. What I would love to do today actually is release a new build of the alpha for those of you who are interested in helping me test it, because I would like to send an updated build to publishers based on all the work that I've been doing the last 6 months. Although a lot of it is chapters, 3 and 4, 2, 3 and 4. So it's not really going to be a lot of it is the same content. You'll be playing chapter 1 stuff, but what is not currently in the game is a lot of the system stuff that I added around poise and posture. So like parrying and that kind of thing. That's currently, it needs a little bit of validation from you, although I'm pretty happy with it. So I'm not really going to change it, but still. Okay. I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat right now. We've got Swizz, Krautesh, we've got Paulie Beanbags is here. Welcome. The Local Void is here. Anybody watching on YouTube, hi. Whether that's on the live or the VOD. I want to say a biggest thank you to Turbos1247 and Chartle for the most recent follow and subscription, respectively. Thank you so much. Zoranak is here. Hey, Zoranak. I know you've been giving a lot of good feedback. I unfortunately don't have any more motion sickness alleviation that I can be doing right now, unfortunately. I wish I could. And I don't know. I was reading some feedback yesterday while I was doing some updates, because I have some patch notes that I'm going through. And man, it will be difficult for me to come up with a solution to make the game more visually stable than it already is. I don't really know how I would approach that. So that's just a separate conversation, I suppose. Let me see if I can open up my patch notes. There it is. Cool. So this is currently what we're looking at for the 0.9.1 patch. Camera stuff. So I guess we'll just quickly run through them. The look ahead boundary has been updated. I actually just updated this further. Looking up and down in scenes to reveal more level above and below. Now more consistently gives the player more to see. Oh, that wasn't you, Zoranak. Who am I thinking of? Someone else with a Z name. Z name. Let me 1 second. Who is the one with the motion sickness? They said their partner was really struggling. That's Davy Jones. Sorry. You both give a lot of feedback. Anyway, thank you to Davy Jones for that feedback. So, yeah, you've been helping me a lot too. So, yeah, did some fixes on this, fixed a long-standing NAN position, not a number, camera issue, which would lock the camera. So there were a few times in the game where the camera would just lock up. The spotlight effect is now, I guess, updated. It's not really for you guys, but anyway. I don't know what updates menu presentation is. That can just go. I added a lot of icons to the game. So a lot of quest menu stuff is now in the game that wasn't previously. So if I pull up a quest, now you can see for every character that gives you a quest, you can see their face. And you can see which of these quests are main quests, which is cool. I don't yet have characters appearing on the map, but I'm thinking I was thinking it could be interesting to have some sort of like item you can get that adds more value to the map later on. Like maybe pillow, maybe you can get like a special detector that shows you where all the feather locations are, stuff like that. I'm still waiting on a Steam Deck. Yeah, I asked for a Steam Deck like a year ago, so I don't have that yet. I think they just get inundated. I think if you nudge them again, eventually they'll give you one, but don't have one right now. Okay, let's keep going. Yep. I like the map. I don't want players to get too dependent on it, or at least for it to just like give you way too much information at the start of the game. But if you can earn more information, I like that. Oh yeah, so like the quests are now in order. So it used to be that it was just harder to organize these, but now like completed quests show up at the bottom of the list. So you'll always have the active quests and the main quests at the top compared to everything else, which I like. Updates quest menu. Yep. Updates quest page, main quest icon. Yep. Fixes bugs causing world map icons not to loop. Yep. And then combat stuff. Mostly just tuning here. I had an idea of something that I'd love to add, actually. I want to add... well, I think like having the player explore a little bit is valuable. And having like, it's not a memory game per se, but giving the player so much information that they constantly look at the map is something that I want to try to avoid a little bit. It's more like the way you treat any other map. It should be like, where was that again? Pull it up. Oh, yep, that's what I need to do. But not like, if it's so useful that you don't pay attention to the world, that's no good. So, I wanted to show, I had this idea like literally just like on the current, I did a playthrough this morning of the demo. In fact, how long was that playthrough? I've got it set to, it took me 45 minutes to get through it. And that was just like main quest, moving at a normal pace. For me, I don't fail anything, so it's fast. But the idea was when hovering food items in HUD, in quick menu, show health gain in HUD. So I should show you how much health you will gain if you eat this food while you're hovering the food. Isn't that a good idea? Ooh, I don't know where that goes. Is that what this is called? Foothills 2? Who knew? So... gotta fix these tiles. So, from here, if I'm hovering these, I should see how much I'm going to gain. So let's think about how we do that. Not that. How do I make this work? So that's health backing. And what is this called? This is a combat bar. Maybe the combat bar knows. No. I don't think this does know. What is determining the flashing? Is there just like an additional... Ah, there it is. Low health pulse. Okay. Hey, Davy Jones. How's it going? I can disable screen shake, but disabling parallax might be actually impossible. Like, I don't know how I would show the game world without parallax. Like, I'd have to disable the backgrounds maybe altogether or something like that. I don't know how I would do that because they're designed. I mean, they parallax. You know, that's what they do. So, like, a lot of the environments are designed for this thing. If you stand here, to be there, and if you stand here, it's there, and if you stand here, it's there. If it doesn't do, you know, how do I do this? If it doesn't do this, then I don't know what it should look like when you're standing here. It just doesn't. I don't know how. Yeah. Okay. So, hey, Peter Paul. If we are low health, under mod, we can just check. Is rations menu open? We can check that. Or maybe we disable this. Who owns this? Nobody. This thing just lives on its own. I just pass in a health bar and then I have a life component, and that's just the way that is. Okay. All right, what we could do is rename this. To something like actually, let me just try something. If I gain health, I need to gain a little bit of health. Oh, see ya. So like, I don't actually know what happened. If I have less HP, what happens? Damn it. Anyway, point is, while you're in this menu, I don't want this to flash because it needs to show. Wait a second. HUD behavior has health, and then this is the low health pulse. It's the backing value, but not the temp value. Those are two different things. I see. Okay. So I am going to move this to the backing itself, I think. That might be better, just so it's more close to where it is actually affecting. And then the... the combat bar's temp, or like back value anim, this updates only if it's animating. Okay, that's good. So the problem is we have something that we're trying to achieve that's across two different scripts. And those scripts shouldn't be the same script. They should stay different. But I don't really know how we... Oh, geez, that's a lot of green. I don't know how we resolve this. So... let's make this even more... less... That'll do. So, the problem is, I have the the rations menu. Then I have combat bar. Then I have low HP pulse. So this and this are generic. They don't know anything about the rations menu or anything like that. I also have in the middle sword HUD, which is just the name of the HUD that I've got. So this is unique in the game. This is a singleton, which is fine. This is a singleton, which is fine. So these two can talk to each other and I can make them aware of each other and hard code it, the relationship between the two. And it's no problem because there's only one of each in the whole game. So I don't have to worry about the enemy's rations menu and whether that's listening to Armin's or anything like that. So that's fine. The sword HUD has a combat bar and has a low HP pulse. And these two do not know anything about each other. And they don't know anything about their parent. So that's not happening. So I can't say, at least at present, I can't say, hey, you check to see if the rations menu is open and then don't do the thing that you would otherwise be doing, or the same thing with this one. I can't ask them to ask about this unless I want to, but I'd prefer not to. So the only thing I think I can do is maybe from here, disable these while you have this open, which might be okay. You know, I just sort of toggle them off. Well, the thing is, I don't want these to listen to anything, but I want to control them. So the easiest way to do that is just to disable them. And then sort of puppet their corpses while they're disabled. And then when I'm done with them, just turn them back on again. That's I think the best I can do for now without trying to add in like exceptional behavior. Like I don't need them to have an off, like if disabled, do this. Literally, disabled it's a Unity component thing. So, and they are both Unity components. So the value that I'd be looking for is already there, and it's just literally turn off this during that moment. Which unfortunately it's a big action. It just like suffocates them. They don't get to do anything while that's happening. No update, no nothing. Also, I would need to be careful that I'm not disabling the game object, but that's fine. So I think that's what I would do. Unless I bake in a function in combat bar to do this thing, like show temp value or something like that. The problem is that on update, it's just trying to do the thing that it does. And I don't want to... Did I say bacon? I don't remember saying bacon. Oh, bake in. Yeah, I don't think I want to create a state-based system for this. That's the other thing about it. You know, I don't want to say like, hey, if you're in display rations mode, do this. Otherwise, do this. That would be the way you would do it, but this doesn't need to do that. So instead, I treat this as a state, and then the second state goes somewhere else. So let's go back to HUD behavior. And then, I mean, we can make a new one, a new script that does this thing. Maybe, yeah, HUD behavior is fine for now. Let's just do it there. So okay, and this is the actual rations menu, and it's static. Okay, so we don't even need to do that. Okay, so what I want to do is on update, what does update inventory do? Oh, that's not relevant right now. Let's just do this. I want to make the health of the player. I don't want it to flash when it's critical if you have the rations menu open. And rather than the default behavior of like when you get hurt, there's like a backing value that like starts at what your health used to be and then it animates down to what your health is now. All of that behavior, I want to stop. And instead, when you have the rations menu open, I want to show you how much health you will get if you eat the food that you're currently hovering in the center of the menu. So it's basically saying, I want to repurpose how the health bar works during that menu to show you what you would recover. That's all. Have you ever tried freezing the game? I'm not interested in doing that because I like the pressure that it puts on the player. It's kind of a Dark Souls thing. It can be annoying. No, it won't be paused. No. It can go down if you get attacked. So if an NPC attacks you while it's happening, I'll have to solve that. I'll have to solve that in a second. I might make it that you can't show you can't have the rations menu open if you're in the hurt state or something like that. I'll solve something, but I just want to get it working most of the way first. Trying to only toggle this just once. And then, okay, so now they're both off if we want them to be. Insignia item I equals rations get item get item. 2 get items. That's crazy. Okay, so I think I want a public item get hovered. Yep. Where was I? Here. Okay. Now, I have a really ugly thing here. Where I'm doing a very ugly test right now. Ugly test to see how these work. And I've hard coded. These have lived here since 2017. That's how old this function is. It might be time. No, you won't assume that it's paused. Why not overlay the new features on top and of the current health bar? It can be flashing and show the potential health gain. No, I don't think so. I think it's very distracting. It'll be hard to see because the potential health gain is orange and the background is orange, but it flashes between orange and black. So you'll be trying to see how much it gives you while it's flashing. And does the flashing, is it like additive? Does it blend? Or is it like, it just feels like you don't need that right now. Like, you know, you don't have a lot of health because you're looking at the health bar. So I don't think I need to do that. Okay. I think what I need to do is, I know why I did this. I know why I did it. I did it because some of these things have hard-coded health values, just like heal this much. But some of them, like chocolate bar, gives you all of your health. Some of them, like honeycomb, gives you exactly 1/3 of your total health. Because we're about to refactor this, and it was written in 2017 when I was much less good at this. I know it can be a switch case. Don't worry. I understand that. Look at this. Look at this. To do. Make this a hard reference rather than strings. I know what I'm doing, but I need to decide what we want to do with it. Hey, Kev Animates. So it used to be, you know, not great. Also, can I just say something? This is happening on action, not every frame. Okay? It's not a big deal to just go down the list of 20 things in one tick. That's not a big deal. Like, this could be 100 things, you would never feel it. This could be 1,000 things, you might feel it. Maybe it would have like a 0.01 thing. Okay, so let's move on. So the question is, do I want to do this way? I think for now, it kind of needs to be this way. But I think what I'll do instead of use item, yeah, I think instead it'll be like this: public static void get item recovery. And then we say, no, but we'll be doubling it up then. No, it would be nice. Do you know what? It would be nice to have a struct or something that explained the effects of an item so that I could then attach that struct in some serialized fashion to the scriptable objects for these. And then I wouldn't have to do any of this calculation. It'd just be on the object. The only thing is, I just need a function on the object that I can override. Right? Assuming that if it's a scriptable object, I can't really do that. That's what I'm saying. Right now it doesn't. So if I go to like chocolate bar knows what it is. It knows it's a consumable. It doesn't know what it does. There is such a thing as like effects. I have that in my game. So, hey, Majestic, thank you so much for the follow. So for example, rings like the assist ring, or like, what's an example of this? Like the honey ring is an accessory And I've got a thing back here. Let's just save this for now. I think it might be engine, and then there's like a effects map. Not ensign effects. It's like item effect lookup or something like that. Where are you? Accessory effect lookup. So here I have this like dictionary basically of accessories by effects. And the effects have like properties. So I can say, oh, this gives you this takes away half of your health. And then also is a script, and the script does other things. Or like this one, this one has a script. It like gives you more money. This one, like some of these properties are just there. So like another example, like honey ring, or like which one do I want to find? Minor ring of courage, right? That gives you 15 health. Like that's fine, but so many of these have exceptions as to how they work that it's actually really hard to define a data structure that maps all of this stuff. So there is no like one size fits all. Just say how much health it gives, because they don't all give an amount of health. Some of them give energy and not health, and energy is not really in the game right now, but some of them give like fractions of health. And I do want there to be other kinds of effects later that aren't just you get more health. I mean, that's the point of having there be unique items, is they do unique things. So for the sake of this particular argument, I actually think it's probably best to keep them like something like this, where there's just a lookup. I don't really know like what we would do here. You can create base effects scriptable object and write an execute. And then for any effect, you can write custom class. Right, but now you're describing for every item that I have in the game. That's kind of what you're looking at here, right? For every item I have in the game, I need a new script that does that thing, that explains what that thing is. Like for every kind of effect and every item, you need to have declared that and described it somewhere, which means a lot of scripts for what is essentially the same thing as this. It's just that they're in scripts instead of here. So I don't know. I'm not yet there. Yeah, it's a good question, SWAT Kid. I think I'm just going to be clear. I think right now, because the scope of this is literally, this is the scope. It doesn't go further than this. I think it's okay to leave it this way. Why are we making it more extensible when it's doing the job it needs to do? Pardon me. It's doing the job it needs to do in the function where it's at. Maybe I could move it somewhere that's just like not in the engine script. But other than that, I think right now we should just like store it somewhere and just let it be. And that's fine. When we need it to be extensible because there's something special we're doing with it, at that point we can do it. Yeah, we'll do it in a second. So let's do it right now. Item lookup, consumable lookup. So public class consume. And then this is sure. Not fancy, unfortunately. What the heck? Oh no, somebody help. My tab isn't doing tab things. My tab is tabbing the UI instead of tabbing in the editor. Does anybody know how to fix that in VS Code? I screwed my tab up. My tab is not tabbing. Alt? Nope. Alt what? Nope. Like it's hovering. It's like I held shift for too long. Holding shift again doesn't fix it. Control shift P. Why would I do that? And what, just reload? Oh, okay, that works. I'll just do that. Toggle tab key moves focus. Control M is what it was. Control M. Okay. System.collections generic. Hey, Yo-Yo Bob. 23 years. 23 years? Thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate you. All right. So basically, what we could do is how do we do this? We have all the scriptable objects. So rather than use their names, I'd like to do the scriptables. We don't need any nums. So we go to public list scriptable object. No, but I still need to bind them by something. So it doesn't actually save me to have a list of scriptables because I can't reference them individually unless I name them individually, at which point I'm still using strings. Godot wasn't really big enough to catch my attention when I started Insignia. It was 2017. 2016 when I started using Unity. So one way or another, I really am just using... well, actually, before we go too far down this road, let me just go and check, like, the item class. We have consumable type. Yeah, one way or another, this definition of what this does needs to live on the scriptable object for the specific item. It can't just be in the class because it's not descriptive enough. So I really do need to map the names to something at some point, which is the same as doing this. Public, like insignia.item chocolate bar. Like literally, this is what I'm doing. Like I have to literally do hard code all of the items by name, and then I can give them the thing. So Well, even if I have a database, I still need to reference it by something. If it's by string, then the strings can be wrong. So there's no easy way to just have the thing. If it's not literally defined on the object itself, then I'm doing this handshake no matter what. So let's just do it. Basically, I'm just going to grab this and put it here. Let's see if, do you know what? This is a great use of AI. Let's see if we can do this. Let's just, the agent can help us here. Can you, in this script, see how I'm declaring a new item called chocolate bar? Do that for every item referenced in the use item function, and then update the function to reflect the reference rather than the string. Yay. Now make it a, oh, I don't think I can you use switch cases with, with like object references? Is that a thing? No, you can't do, I don't think you can do that. Oh, case current item when current item equals apple. Okay, I mean, that looks, I don't like that. I think I prefer this. Oh, that's why. No. We'll keep that as it was. This is still really cheap. Okay. Or we could have this have a bool an out used. Hang on, let's just stop writing code and think about what I need this to do. It's fine right now. I think I want a public dictionary of Insignia item by, actions. that give... but can I say it's an action that returns a float? So is that how that works? But what is funk link? How does funk work? That's not right. I'm a little confused. I don't really use them very much. Oh, actually. Funk was just part of system. I just didn't have it in the list. So this will take a float, right? Is that how that works? Yeah. Oh, it takes no argument. How would I specify that it took an argument? How would I do that? Because usually, like in the dictionary sense, you know, like usually the pointy, the chevrons means parameter. How do I know that that's a return type? Now, all of these currently give health. At which point, I think for now we could do this. The problem is, well, we can add special effects to that as well. Okay. All right. Okay, you got it. Wait, you can eat honey jars? Oh yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. That's it. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That looks like 11 to me. Okay, sweet. And then we want to say public void, public float get item effect. And then we get that. So now we should be able to say but I can't put like extra things inside of this because we don't know what it does. Maybe we can have like a thing called like additional effect. I guess it could be like a struct. Why don't we do that? Why don't we make like why don't we say public struct consumable data, And then we have like public, float, get health. Effect. No. It's a public funk float get health. And then public funk, that's just whatever, other get other effect. Can I do that? Or is it just action? So then I can say new consumable data. No? What'd I call it? Get health. That's pretty cool. And then you just do that and take that away. But you open that up and then you close that and then you do that. And then you do that. No? What? Why don't you have a map of item name to health amount for the items that grant health? Well, that's what I'm doing, but it's not a float. It's a different data type. Yeah, this still isn't right though. Can it convert from consumable data? Oh, because this needs to be a consumable lookup. So now what's wrong? Whoops. Whew, okay. Can I not assign that? Sweet. Try and find a nice way to structure this so that it's not too crazy. Well, can I not just, can I just do that? It doesn't like that. Can I do that? No. What is the correct way to do this? Just that. Okay, that's pretty reasonable. Okay, so now at least I can... Now at least I can define two different things that can happen. There's a health value and then there's like the rest of it. So now I can say get health, and that's what happens when I ask. I can poll it without having it happen. And then I can say, this has a... It's just use item, and then it's if item, if, oh, what's this called? Item effects contains item. Give health is that. Get health, do that. And then I guess it's just do a function, right? So oh, but this is an action, but I kind of just want it to be any old function, but maybe action is better. No, it's not an action. I don't know what it should be. It should be something. Can I just do that? How come that doesn't work? Void? Can I do that? I guess you just return the consumable data. No, I guess it's kind of like, well, what should happen? I don't know what should happen. I guess I'll just do nothing for now, and then nobody has to worry about it. It's extensible when I want to extend it. So now I don't actually have to do this. I can just say that, and then I don't need any of this. Except for the glazed loaf giving energy, which it's not going to be able to do anymore. Because I just don't use energy right now in the game. So now we have this thing where we define all of what the things are. That's good. And then here we just say, hey, if we have an item effect for this, give the amount of health that it gives, and then do that. That's pretty neat. And now we have the way that we want them set up. Beautiful. Okay, that was actually very reasonable. So something somewhere should now be flashing red. It'll be like, hey, there's no function about energy eating. There we go. Use item, where is that? So we will have a reference in not game data, but in the engine for a let's call it like here maybe, public item lookup, consumable lookup. And then we will say engine.engine. Okay. Whew. If it doesn't contain the effect, what does it add? No, it just doesn't do anything if it doesn't contain the effect. So then back over at hide behavior, what we want to do is say engine.consumable engine.engine consumable lookup get health. What I call this thing? Get health by item. And now we know how much we're going to get. No. That doesn't make sense. Yeah, that's all pretty reasonable. Okay. But the use item function call get health from the consumable data every time. What if the item only has energy? Yeah, it won't. It doesn't set get health if it only does energy. So the function does nothing. And oh, you're saying if you check this, yeah, it basically returns 0. If there is nothing here, maybe here is what you're trying to ask. If this is not null, Is that what you're trying to say? Yeah, that's fine. There's a way to do this. I don't know how to do it, but it's fine. It'll work. Okay. Is it null or void? I actually don't know. Hey, Claymore Dev. No, but it's not. No. That's to see if it exists in the thing. That's to see if it's null. But it's the function that's null. And the function func. I don't know what is func nullable. Hey, thank you so much for the raid. So then it's going to be null if we don't set it, which is fine. Okay. So back over at the game engine, we need to add an instance. No, we need to create an instance at runtime. It needs to be a component. So that we can assign it. So, now we just have to do this. Hey, you've seen me on YouTube? Welcome. Why do we need this? We don't. Oh, but now we don't have, this is like, oh geez. I think it's just awake, right? Okay, and now that's just it. Oh, we need to plug it into here. Now we have it. So let's actually just test this. It broke. Okay, so why don't you work? Get item. Given key was not present in the dictionary. Inventory item, get item, all items by GUID, GUID. What is calling that? Check rations behavior, get hovered item. Ah, because this is null. If, I mean, No, what's the right way to do this? This get item, what does this do? It just returns the item, and it's a UI ration, which is an item that might not have been set yet. Try that. Might be better. Yes. Okay. And then we didn't hook that up yet. That's no problem. So this goes on the backing value. Yep. And it's the low health pulse. Sweet. So that's actually going to work. Hey, it works. No, I'm not. It's not. I don't think you got that right. I'm trying to get an item. I'm not returning rations. I'm returning the item at rations index. It will be null. Oh, you're just saying just return this? That's what you're saying, right? Sometimes I like to be explicit. Okay, the only problem is if Armin is eating and I'm holding the button, it doesn't do it right now because it's not updating it. Well, you can't eat it if there's no item selected. It's weird the function is called twice like that. Which function are we talking about? This? They're different functions. I know that sounds weird. They're just different. One is inventory item. The other is item. So it's awkward, but what is actually happening is you have your inventory. The inventory has these things called inventory item, which is not a list of items. It's like a list of objects with an item and a quantity. So get item first gets you this thing, and then get item gets you that. So that's why I call it twice. Again, old code works just fine. It's just awkwardly ambiguous. So you first return an inventory item, and then you return an item. I could probably just say dot item, but yeah. Like, let's be explicit then. And then this get item probably could have just been, oh no, you need to get the item from a dictionary that's elsewhere. The inventory item doesn't contain the item, it contains a GUID for the item. So, not the most amazing thing. But what's cool about this is that this works now, and we can continue going on with our behavior that we were writing. So now the question is, when we have our HUD behavior toggled this way, the challenge is that this moment needs to also be like, I guess for now we could say engine.playerCharacter. I mean, how do I do this? There is a thing called eat, which is a state. So I could say engine.playerCharacter.state is eat. What don't you like about that? Excuse me? I think I just need to recompile that. I'm not using a reflection. I'm not doing any weird... I'm not calling functions by name. Refactoring that shouldn't have been an issue. What the heck? Okay. For real though? All I did was say get item. That's the only thing I did differently. Could that really have... That can't have done anything, right? That can't have been a thing. Oh, it doesn't compile. Wait, it should compile. I need to save that and try again. Let's try again. Maybe it didn't actually compile. But what? Oh, okay, now it does. What the hell? Okay, so if I'm eating, not quite right. Where are you? Oh, it's not at the bottom. Hang on. We had 100 frames of eating equals true. Okay. So then this was working here. Is ration index just not present in the dictionary? No, I don't know. I think it just didn't compile properly because I've got play mode options set to true, and so sometimes old data that's cached from the previous play gets a bit stuck. It's not a big deal. As long as you just recompile and it works, then it should work forever. It's not, I don't think it's an issue. Okay. If something doesn't work and then I compile and then it does work, I think I just say it's play mode options. Okay. So now the question is, this is not enough, it appears. Maybe it's a question of if it's not animating. Hey, McNeil. I'm doing okay. But then it happens again. And then I get upset. What's happening here? The given key was not in the dictionary. This is an inventory item. All items by GUID, item GUID. I mean, that can't be an issue. This must be returning null. And then this is somehow not null, but the item is null. This is C# and I'm using Unity. It looks like Java, doesn't it? I write it like Java, but it is C#. Okay. Yeah, I guess we're not able to call get item in this context because this fails. We could try that. But I don't know why we would do that. I'm not... Let's just take it back a little bit. Because this is going to be null, right? Yeah, it's null. How come sometimes it's... How come sometimes it's fine and sometimes it's not? I'm just pressing play again. I'm not doing anything differently. It could just still be the play mode options stuff creating problems. Because it's looking at a static dictionary, and static variables don't always get reset. Anyway. Yeah, see, that's no good. Because it won't be animating in that moment yet. Wait, play does this. Animating becomes true there. So actually it should be when the value gets updated. Wait, but update value only happens when? When health is updated. So it actually should totally work. This is not working the way that I want it to. Maybe it would be better to design with singletons, but it is singletons and a static getter. That's exactly what's happening. Do you sketch out your characters and constants on paper? Nope. Do you make the artwork yourself? Yes. What's my strongest area? animation. I thought you said it was a static dictionary. Yeah, but you make a singleton by making something static, right? Statically accessible. It's a dictionary that lives on a game. It's a dictionary that lives on an object that is statically accessible. I.e., it's a dictionary that lives on a singleton. That's what it is. Maybe there's a nuance there that I'm not understanding. Right. Let's just do this for a sec. Okay, so everything's still good. It's just oh. No, that's not quite right. Yeah, that's what I want. See? That's literally all I needed to do. Maybe I don't need any of this. Let's see in a real world scenario. There's no food here. Is this an apple? I think it is. Nope, it's money. No, I can't eat money. This is an ingredient. Hang on. Okay. So now, yeah, that's the problem, is that while I've got it hovered, ooh, and then it, when I unhover it, it needs to go back down. Would you get a round or diamond shaped face? Neither. I don't really think about faces with those shapes. So if it's not found or it's open, what the heck? When I release the button, don't do any of this. So this is, oh, yeah. If it's not found and it's open and we're not animating, what about that? See, when I let go, it's not open. So it's not open. I think it just needs to be this, in which case the found ball is not necessary. I just hate this logic. It's really bad because it means that anytime I'm not pressing the button, it's getting set to 0 on purpose. Which I really dislike. Okay, still works. I mean, he's got a head-shaped head, is what I would say. I don't think... I mean, some heads are more, I guess, boxy than others. It's, you know, it's round on the top and pointy at the bottom. Okay. All right. I think we can commit that. Or maybe we should just run around and just do stuff for a while and see if anything happens. What? Did I not take damage from that? Oh no. I think I took no damage, but I don't know how. Hey, Blood Red. I definitely got hit, and I definitely didn't take damage, but I have no idea why I didn't take damage. Okay, well, that's mostly fine. Let's commit that. It does what it's supposed to do. I wrote this. Okay. So I wanted to update this guy's hurt animation. Frame rate of 10. I don't think this is right. I think he's getting knocked down, but because I don't have an animation for him being knocked down, he just looks like he's hurt. And that's the way that it literally can only be that way right now. Like even that, why did he take that? He needs, oh, he has no hurt box. That's why. That'll do it. Ouch. That'll do. Doesn't get touched against the Wolverine. Dies to Spore. I do not have a toggle to do that. Probably should have one, shouldn't I? Pff. Okay. That's fine. I mean, I can see them in the inspector. Like, I can just turn on gizmos. They're being drawn if I select the thing that I want to view. But maybe a hitbox debug would be good. It's not, yeah, maybe it would be useful. Maybe it would be. I don't really have like debug modes, like visuals in the game. Hey, Lex. Yeah, I could just enable them, exactly. It's just a bit noisy. The inspector the gizmos inspector is like full. I've got like hundreds of things. Okay. What else did we do? This is, by the way, I'm starting the stream right now explaining what I'm adding to the patch notes. I just added a patch. I added a feature that didn't exist into the patch notes and then I made it. Okay, updates lengths in encounter, updates dust enemy to travel on the y-axis, updates Wolverine animations and behaviors, just did that. Updates polished rattle animation, sure. Links and animations, updates, Armin deflect, minor adjustments to air control and jump behavior. That's fine. Updates Armin's player controller to give more options out of role. Yes. Updates map open close sound effects. Updates toggling of some progress dependent objects in underground house scenes. Updates Crucible intro cutscene. Updates Basalt background. Basalt. Supports mouse button rebinding. Adds permanent high score counter to Roberto scoreboard. Now, this mouse button rebinding, just need to confirm. That's on the main branch, but I don't think it's like you get as much. I don't think you get to rebind as much as you want. I think it's very specific. Controls, keyboard, left mouse button. Let's see if that actually saves though. I mean, it does work. If I quit the game, run the game, close it, open it. Oh yeah, that actually saves. Cool. I don't know about what will happen when we are doing like this stuff. Yeah, it's like it doesn't have an icon. That's the problem. So if you are trying to bind things to mouse buttons, you might be struggling because I have a problem. Currently, I use key codes to determine the icons for everything. And mouse buttons don't have key codes because they're not keys. So there's no easy way for me to poll which key code which icon I should be showing. Particularly once you get down into the like mouse button 5, mouse button 6, like I don't have a way of I don't think I even have a way of like tracking that stuff. So you can set it, but you can't see what you set. That's the problem. Like it's possible to go controls, keyboard, and then set any of these to mouse button 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's just that when I have these button prompts, the button prompt checks a dictionary to determine what the icon should be. And that dictionary is based on I think it's in here. Input, or did I just have it there? Key code sprites. These are all the sprites. I've got mouse. I do have this thing here. Mouse icons left, mouse icons right. Here. Why can't I use those? Why can't I use them? The icons exist. Check input, keycode sprite to dictionary input.get keycode. That's the problem, I think. Because this get keycode needs to be able to arbitrate button inputs. And right now, I'm overloading keyboard buttons to do that. So I guess I would have to return. I guess this is just wrong. This key code to sprite dictionary needs to be string to sprite dictionary. And the string can be a key code, but it can be something else. And the problem is this. Do you know what we could do though? Wait, but there's a key code for mouse 0 and mouse 1. Wait, there are key codes for these. Mouse 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Why is that a problem? Maybe because catching the input doesn't return a key code? Like the key code exists, but it doesn't. Oh man. Maybe I'm just wrong. Maybe I did do this correctly, but for some reason I just haven't set it up right. So jump is right mouse button. Save. I don't think there is an F13. Is there an F13? Yeah, that's what I'm concerned about. I am overloading things. So what is this returning? Input button image. How much will it cost for me if I have an RPG game idea and I want to hire people to implement it? You want the game to be 20 hours worth of gameplay? I mean millions of dollars? Probably. If it's a team. Not millions, hundreds of thousands at least. Maybe over $1 million, depending on what it is. This game's costing me like $1 million. And I'm making half of it. I'm making most of it. Okay. So, key code to sprite dictionary. Let's have a look. Why check input doesn't happen every... Oh, I think I have to swap the actual input to like a controller for a second. There we go. And then I do this. And then that should run the function. Oh, it's returning early. Okay, key code is none. Key code is none, button is none. Key code is none, button is jump. Okay, that's what I really want. So it knows it's the jump key, obviously. So it knows it's trying to get jump. So then here it goes, okay, we're going to fix this. Don't worry about it. And then we go get maps. Da-da-da-da. What are we returning here? The key code. Where's the return type? Oh, it's down here. Okay. Active map is not null. Da-da-da-da. For each key code, em.keycode. This is where I think we get screwed. Yeah. This is, I think rewired is the problem. I think rewired is not going to play nice with me here. Because it's not in the element map. Yes, I remember. Okay, so the reason why this doesn't work, it did work briefly before I refactored the input system to use rewired correctly. The reason why it doesn't work is that rewired does not consider keyboard and mouse one input device. It considers keyboard an input device and mouse an input device. And the way I have the input profile set up, it's one device per profile. So like you have gamepad, right? That's a device. You have keyboard, that's a device. But if you want to map mouse buttons while using keyboard, now I have to support multiple devices per profile because you now have a keyboard binding and you have a mouse binding. So it's not supported yet. So maybe I just have to write that somewhere. Not much else I can do about it, really. So I literally can just do something like this for now. I played Iconoclasts. Yep. My hero. 10 years. Less than me by the time we're all done. Okay, so... Oh, that's not a very good asterisk. Yeah, this just has to live here. Cool. Okay. All right. Well, I think that's it for what I'm technically trying to support for 9.1. So I think we're okay to at least try to do a build. I don't see what else I can do. So that's chapter 3. There were a couple of bugs. This one here, for example, was really annoying. Yes, that is a problem. Main camera behavior. What is the issue here? What you trying to do? Add camera on awake, and add camera checks to see if... How can that possibly be an issue? Not set to instance of object. Denig. Well, that second parameter is definitely not an issue. But the first one's no. So action camera set is... I mean, it should just be here. Oh, okay. It's nothing. I see. Why is it nothing? Okay. Armin just standing there like, what am I supposed to do? What am I doing here, bro? I don't know. What am I supposed to do? Hide HUD. It's crazy that like this stuff, like it literally you don't see any of these errors until like right now. So what's the problem? The problem is that it's a null exception, I guess, for visibility. So visibility is a simple animation if setup started. That lives on the HUD, which lives on engine, which does not necessarily exist yet. So it's actually not... Well, that should actually work. That should be fine. But I need to compile it. Howdy. Higher at... Sorry, I can't read your name, but hello. I have a question. How long have you been working on Insignia? 2017 was when I started. A long time ago now. What's the problem here? Get item? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Now we're all the way over there? Rations menu, get hobbit item, HUD behavior, check rations behavior. Dude. Go away. There we go. How do you keep a mental map? Honestly, Myotis, genuinely, I don't know how I do it. It's just how I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what's normal or what's abnormal about remembering code. I just remember it all for the most part. For the most part. Like, I don't like actually remember every single line of code, but like I pretty much know everything I built. I think it's just a skill you learn. I assume every programmer can do this. I don't think it's a special thing that I can only do. I just have a feeling. What do you reckon, Elzak? But you haven't... I mean, like, even if your answer was no, I think if you worked on something for 10 years, you probably would remember it. I'm trying to answer the question in chat above you about whether or not it's normal to be able to remember all the code you've written. If I wrote it really quickly and left it for 6 months, I wouldn't remember it. Like if it was something I wrote like in a day 6 months ago and I didn't touch it again, like for a game jam, probably not. But if it's code for Insignia that I'm like, it's just constantly being touched and influenced, I pretty much remember everything. What about you, Elzak? How's your code memory? Also, I think if you're consistent with your style, you can kind of just expect the way that you built it to be the same. It's not, you know what I mean? Like you just will build it the same way, or like it will be built the way that you would have built it because you built it. Yeah, I agree. I think everybody, I think that it must be natural for people to be able to remember what they wrote if they write a lot. And if they're in a familiar code base, like if they're in the same code base for a while. I think that's just like the same way that like when you drive somewhere that you've been before, you just know. Like if you've been to a part of a city before, the second time you go, you just remember it. Like it's not even, you don't have to like reach, it's just there. I think you can learn that for code if you spend enough time doing it. It's just like a familiar place you've been. It's not like recall in like you don't have to like study your own code, right? Yeah, but that 2017 piece of code, the like item stuff, the consumable lookup, like I've touched these values once every 6 months. No, not even that. I mean, like, even if it's once a year, like the fact that I know how, like when I built it this way. I've only ever built one of them. That's the other thing. I haven't built like 30 item consumable systems in different games. I only built this one. So like, this is the only one that I've ever built. And I know that it's bad. And I've touched it every year, interfaced with it for one reason or another. And it's been on my mind to fix it since like 2020. So it's like a room. It's like if you have weeds in your backyard, like there's like a tree growing in your backyard. It's like, you don't forget the tree is there. You just go, well, there's a tree there. You know, like, I don't know. You just don't forget that kind of thing. If something's built poorly, it's hard to forget. Genuinely, the stuff that's easy to forget is if you build it really quickly and it doesn't cause you any problems and you never touch it again. That's when I'll forget. I couldn't tell you how I built the text system in my Game Jam game Trauma. I think I could guess because I built it probably the same way I built the Insignia one. But like, how do I make the text reveal? Maybe I'm doing time since, text start open, and I'm doing visible characters equals time divided by speed or something like that. Like maybe I'm doing that. But I could also be doing something else. I could also be like concatenating strings and only showing a string that's the length of the amount of characters that there is. I know at some point in like 2022, I realized you could do the visible characters, and that's better, much better than the concatenating stuff, but I don't know. Okay. So, what was the next thing on my list? I think am I done? We finished? So the goal was yeah, that's pretty good. That's fine. That's all fine. Okay. What else is missing or bad that needs to be amended in the... I don't think I had much else. I had a couple things from my playthrough that stuck out. Crucible return sequence didn't fire. That is an important one. I'll check that really quickly. just got to do a quick run through of this part of the game. Dude, that sounds so much like the Super Mario Bros. 3 Tanuki tail flick sound. It's like... Also, the diamond on zoom out needs to go. Okay. Get us out of here. We did it. You've proven yourself worthy. Okay. So I just need to make sure that it does a cutscene after this saying, go finish the insignia. It's now your job. Please. Yes. I think that's right. Yes. Very good. Now, yes. Perfect. Okay, so it was just that one issue that I had before. Good. And then one other thing I wanted to check, just because I saw it there, but it shouldn't be there. Okay. Ah, it is there. Okay, I need to get rid of that. So, on Discover Crucible sequence, when we look at the timeline, would you look at the timeline? The problem is that the white... Thank you so much, Jiminy. Crucible teleporter glow. What is this thing called? None of these. Cutscene components. Burst effect, I think. I didn't just start with the name. No, I named the game afterwards. So, where is it? It's not even here. There. Armin's Adventure. No, the project title was called The Smith Syllabus originally. And then I've had like The Tale of Armin Black as a subtitle to Insignia, like Insignia, The Tale of Armin Black, or like The Black Chronicle or something like that. But there was never really any other name. So where is this thing here? It's this. If I just turn this off, particularly this has got all of this. Yeah, the split effect needs to go away, or the burst effect, whatever we want to call it. I guess just like split effect. Well, there's a point where they get created. So I should just undo whatever that point is, right? Like if we look at it, we see the ensign hovering in unstable fashion. Ensign becomes even more unstable, shatters into all composite bits. So it's this point here that we must be doing something here that turns something on. Is symbols. So maybe if I turn is symbols off, or just turn the whole burst effect animator off, would be the other way to do it. So literally just right before we cut away, I just turn it off. Okay. See, that's what I hate. I freaking hate that. This is something that honestly is gonna destroy my life. Because the fact that it has an this active track on it, things that have active tracks can be serialized as disabled if you sample the timeline in the editor before you save the game at a specific position, or just in general, they're just not reliable. And that's happened a bunch of times, and I don't want to add another one like that. So maybe I'll just find something else. How'd I come up with the name? Just give me a sec. Let me finish this. I didn't do what I wanted. Oh, hang on. It's right. It just needs to be like here. There you go. Please, please, please. Okay, that's pretty good. And then we're just going to watch this and make sure this... Damn it! What is the serialized version of this? I think none of this. Yo, thanks for the follow. Biancash. So I guess It's just here. We need for this to go this far and then to specifically turn it off. Try that again. There. But okay, that's fine. That's fine. Bro. What are you doing? Unity, you're killing me here. It only turns off here, so why is it creating problems for me? I'm just going to delete it. It's just not worth it. The alternative is we just push them further out of the screen. So, oh, thank you. Yeah, that's fine. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Ensign spline is fine. Arise, destination, destination, destination. Where do they go? Exit transform. Okay, it's there. So I just put it up here and then we're fine. I think that will save me. It might make them look like they're going a lot faster, but if I change the curve, it should be okay. That's fine. Your shenanigans could be louder. Yeah, cool. All right, that'll do. The only thing that I want to do, all I want to do is change this exit curve to be a little bit more like that, I guess. That's much better. Okay, sweet. Okay. How does that work? I don't know. Light flashes, all the disperse, the 3 remain for a little bit. It's at this point here. But there is no logic here. So how does that work? Who the hell knows? Whiteout animator, ensign gem. There's nothing here. Is it Armin? No. There's just the 3 extra guys that just go and do their own thing. Dude. I have no idea. I have no idea how I set that up. Yo, Pixie Del Twitch. Do I sketch on paper? I don't sketch on paper. Oh. No, that's not right. Where is it? Ensign spline. Oh, is it? It's not this. Cutscene burst effect. Ensign components. 1, 2, 3, 4. Shatter components. Stagger, burst time, return time, arise end, climb end. Oh, okay, so it is here. Hang on. Oh, I see. On this return curve. So it is this. Okay, I was right. So I was just thinking of just doing this a little bit. A little more like that. There's just something with these timelines. It's so much harder. Yeah, I don't know what I did. I actually, you know what? I think that last change, I don't want to do it. If I save the scene, that should show up. Not you. Not you. This, I don't know, but I did want to change that because I wanted to push the thing upwards. Woof. It was just the exit, right? That's all it was. It was just the exit thing. Exit transform needs to be there. But I need to change the scene and come back. So that it's like there. And then it was specifically, this needed to be a little bit more like that. And that's it. I'm committing that. Oh. Okay, one more time. Just to make sure, because I am going to commit this. Build. So might as well get it right. That looks good to me. Okay. Cool. So now I can do a build. I guess. I don't know. Maybe I should check the playtests. Wait. First of all, there's the warning. So somebody asked a question. How'd I come up with the name of Insignia? That was Jimity. Sorry for taking so long to answer that question. The answer is I liked the idea of games with the IA suffix. It's very common. Yes, this will be on Steam. Yeah, so like Grandia, Vesperia, Terranigma. Like it's just a common RPG thing to just have the end of your game end in IA. It's kind of like a world, but also like it's like a signal that the game is about a fantasy world. That's the first thing. Second thing, Insignia to me kind of sounds a bit like Fire Emblem and the Elder Scrolls. So it's like you say the name of the thing that the story is about, the MacGuffin in the title. So Elder Scrolls, Fire Emblem, Insignia. Elden Ring, exactly. So, alpha tests. Did these work? Nice. Okay, that worked. Versioning, I use Git. Be nice to see his bar there. Asking about that interface. I'm not sure what you mean by that. You said versioning, right? This is just a Git client. This is fork. I don't know what plastic is. If that's a, I don't know if it's a Git UI or if it's a separate versioning system. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, it's a stylistic choice. Is that CGEG? Sweet. Thanks. Welcome. Should be slower, the combat system. I mean, it is a little slower than it looks because I'm playing it. I make it look fast. Oh. Oh, what's happened here? Okay. So that is a broken progress state on this alpha weapon progress. What's wrong with that? Okay. I think I just needed to save it. Hopefully that fixes it. I hate saying that, but I have to say it. I hate saying, I hope that fixes it. Because, like, what do you mean you hope? Fix it, you know? Still a problem. What the heck? Wiping current save. Load test scenario. Oh, I know why. This is testing. Testing has flying feathers, and this has this feather trial progress. So this is not right. Well, I mean, it looks fine. Save that. I think I just need to inspect it. As long as I inspect it, it's fine. Let's try. Yes. Okay. Now we're good. I dropped stamina again. Yeah. No, I'm not going ahead with it. I think I'm just, the way that I think that I'll solve it is I will have like kind of like a small cooldown. The stamina was just too much. It's just too... What's the word? Adding a new system just for that just did not... It wasn't worth it in the end. Okay, I'm happy with that. Yeah. Do you know what it was? When I was playing it, in the end, there was something that was like irresolvable. Just like nothing I could do to fix it. And it was when you're in the middle of combat and you're playing like against an enemy, you can't see how much energy you have. You just can't. You don't know. And if you're using abilities and parrying and getting energy from parrying, and even though I think it's like mechanically a very sound system, like the rules that I had were good rules, but they were just in an action game context unwieldy. It just wasn't like, they were fair, but they weren't fun. And the problem that the solution to that problem, if I wanted them to be fun or at least more visible, would have been to put an energy bar above Armin's head. That would have been the only way to do it. But even then, forcing the player to play passively in order to recover their stamina does not work in this game. It just doesn't. I don't have a game that's so finely tuned that in a 2D context, it can make it feel like Dark Souls and be a platformer. Like in Dark Souls, if you ran out of stamina, it's like just the way that hits work in that game, like one swing usually does a lot of damage to an enemy. 2 or 3 swings kills them. So, and you have like 5 or 6 swings in your stamina. So it's like, if you run out of stamina, it's because you overinvested. And getting away from an enemy is like, it's very fun in that game. Whereas in this game, you have 2 dimensions instead of 3. You attack a lot faster. Your energy doesn't come back quite as quickly. It's just a different set of constraints that I've already made decisions on based on other parts of the game. So there really wasn't a way for me to make having no energy be fun the way that it is in Dark Souls. Like Dark Souls is so stressful when you run out of energy, but it's always your fault. You know what I mean? Whereas here, what you're doing changes too quickly moment to moment for it to be a resource that I want you to manage. You're already managing your spacing, your like attacks. It's too fast. That happened again. Did you see that? I know I just blocked an attack and didn't take any damage for it. It's probably of all the bugs you can have, it's probably the best one to have, but how did I take no damage? Nah, I don't want... Ultimately, the choice to make it... Like, having no energy bar feels just so much better than having one. It just feels amazing to not have to worry about it. And it's not... It just doesn't fit into the ethos of the game to be resource managing so carefully on top of all the rest of it. Like, I don't think Sekiro has stamina, right? It's probably for the exact same reason. The combat moves too fluidly to stop for stamina. And Insignia is way more like Sekiro than Dark Souls at this point. So, what I'm going to do is just have like just a minor cooldown, I think, per ability when used on the ground, basically, or like in general, just like a 1 second or second and a half cooldown. We did talk about like ensigns going into enemies and stuff. The thing is, it's just not, I don't know, like I'd rather nerf them a little bit and let you use them a little bit more and have them cool down a little bit longer than to set up a new set of rules that you have to like, you know, learn. If instead it just like, oh, it's just on cooldown for like a fraction of a second longer than I want it to be, so I can't spam it. If that's all I'm trying to do, I think that's okay. Like it's still there when you need it. It's still an option. It's just like you can't just go crazy with it. I don't know. It's not, I haven't solved it yet, but I don't need to solve it right now. That was the decision I made. It's not actually worth it to introduce it in chapter 1 and try to fix it and solve it and all that stuff. Yeah. Thanks. Okay. So now we're ready. We can do a build. I'm just going to do it. Click. I don't like this V. This should be 0.9.0. Maybe. You can join my team. So then here, I want to tag this as 0.9.0. 0.9.1 alpha. Whew. Let's see if it actually builds. Oh, it's building. All right, I'll take a break. I'll come back in a bit. Yo, we're back from outer space. Pixie Del Twitch is pitching themselves. Look, if you really feel that way, I mean, Insignia will have open spots soon, hopefully. So why don't you send me like something on Discord with some info about you and games you've worked on or projects you've got, and we can chat. Let's see. Does the game work? August. Is this still good? Okay. Looks good to me. Hey, Sebasurosa. Oh, that's cool. I really gotta fix that. I think it's kind of funny. Okay, well, game is running. What's the frame rate? What are we looking at? Oh, the console's not in the game? Really? I took it out? Oh, that's a shame. Maybe it uses editor things now. Really? I thought the console should be usable. I'm surprised by that. No, input Dr. Key down backward. That should be fine. Why doesn't that work? Works there. It's always worked. Why do you not work now? No, no console. Very strange. It's literally just inside of the update loop. If input key down backward, toggle. If not open, open. If open, focus. Set up instances. If player character is not null, set that to idle. Open menu. What's wrong with that? Okay. I mean, it's fine if there's not. But I feel like there should be. Unless I'm like toggling it off somehow from the outside. No. So weird. So weird. There's like, I can't think of a single reason why the console wouldn't just work. I don't think there's anything that like disables it. Does it work in other builds? It does not. Wait, that's 9.0. Oh, 8.13 is 9.0. Oh, I was looking for that. Okay, we'll try 9.1. Maybe it was disabled and now it's not. Nope. Unless it's something to do with my backtick key? That can't be right. Okay, what about if we go like way back, 8.4? That works. The console script does not contain an active Unity editor or is debug build restriction. Only such restrictions commented out. That points towards initialization or input handling. So I'm checking the concrete console. The build specific value is now concrete. Console.setup instances reads insignia data.library, but that property onloads data library.asset, though asset database through asset database under Unity editor. In a player built, this returns null. Is that true though? That's a interesting pick. This. If library is null and Unity editor, load asset data library.asset. Huh. That is a problem. Wait a second. Why do I have this? Why do I have this? That's interesting. Genuinely though, I mean that should pretty much be it, I guess. Let's try that. I'm gonna have to build it again. That's a shame. I think this will fix it. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's probably fair. Let's give it a go. Very annoying, because none of the scripts, none of the scenes changed, but all of the scenes need to be rebuilt. I wish they wouldn't do that. Wait. Yeah, it's going to have to do it anyway. Should we do some art or something like that? You guys missed, I unfortunately off stream did a bunch of animation on our Wolverine Barbarian. I gave him an idle frame and an idle pose, which is kind of cool. Even the breath, look at this. I need to be doing today some, it's not really possible to do it right now, but setting up some, wait, why is that so, that's not right, hang on. That's better. Oh well, shame it won't make it in. Yeah, I do art. Of course I do. I do all the art. That's actually crazy because most people know me only as the artist. So what we're going to do is, yeah, I wanted to take some snapshots of little effects stuff in the game. Like stuff that is not in chapter 1, because I did a big shoot of all chapter 1 content stuff today. I did a whole playthrough of the demo. Oh, right. Very good, Local Void. Sorry. I never know who's joshing in Twitch chat. I haven't done all the art, but I do all the art. I can say that. Grammatically, it still works. I still do it all, but I haven't done it all. All of it. So I was, oh man, we should finish Lies of P. Yeah, so I need to take some snapshots of stuff that's in chapters 2, 3, 4, etc. that just looks cool for a publisher. I guess I'm not really sure what to share with them. I was thinking of doing, what do you think? If I was pitching you a game, would you want to see a trailer? So you've got the demo, you've got a build of the game, but before you watch a build, before you play like 40 minutes of my game, 2 hours of my game, if you want to 100% it, like you just want to click a video and go, what's this game about? You've seen the pitch deck, you've scrolled through it, but you want to see it in motion. The question is, do you want to see like a trailer? Do you want to see me describing the game to you? Like, Insignia is a side-scrolling action adventure that I've been working on since 2017. It features this, and then I show a little bit of it. This, I show a little bit of that. This, I show a little bit of that. Action, combat, story with blah, blah, blah in it. And then puzzle platforming. And then I talk about combat for like a minute. The combat system innovates in this way. See? And then I show like someone playing in the game and doing cool stuff. And I sort of break it down feature by feature, basically. I wonder if that's valuable. I think it would be, but I don't know. It's kind of something that probably even should exist in like a short, or like an Instagram post. Yeah. I'm not sure. Past the game? What is past the game? Oh, you don't like it? Wait, I'm not sure what you don't like. I'm trying to understand. Which thing? Dev challenge. What is dev challenge? Oh, you mean like a trend? I don't know what that means. Maybe I'm confused. Could you explain a little bit more? I think I'm just not on the culture. Put past the game into YouTube. Okay.
We're going to try a unique and extremely fun Pass the Game challenge. Basically, a chain of game developers are going to work on one project together without any communication. My brother Liam will start making the game.
You mean just don't be memey? Like don't speak like an internet person. Is that what you're trying to say? Like don't be like, I did da 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 da, like a vlog, like a shorts, like a vlog that's just for shorts. The one that I get a lot is the yeah, I don't know what I'm talking about. You don't mean this, right?
I developed the game's combat even further by adding special musical attacks.
This kind of thing?
The first one is called the arpeggio.
Okay, you're talking about something that they do later in these videos?
Start making the game, then he'll pass it on to me, and so on. What can 6
Let me try and see if I can.
developers
feels nice. Another problem with the balancing was that the level stopped getting more difficult after a while, so it was actually
represents both how we made the game one developer at a time, as well as the shipbuilding mechanic. You can play it now for free with a link in the description. Hope you enjoy any video.
Nope. Okay, maybe I
Able
missed
to
it.
fire an infinite amount is...
Yeah, maybe just explain. Could you explain? Okay. Sorry. No, I have no idea. I don't actually watch a lot of game dev content, if I'm being super honest. It's not, it upsets me a little bit. No. What I'm trying to do here, what I'm describing is not social media content. What I would be making is specifically, I send a pitch, like a folder to a publisher, and I specifically say, here's a build of the game, here's the pitch deck, and here is a video explaining the game a little bit if you don't have time to play it, or something like that, as like a first impressions thing. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not saying like promotion. I'm saying like just explaining what it is in a way that's a bit faster than if you were to try to play it. Hey, there we go. Nice. Sick. Yeah, I'm still a little confused, if I'm being honest. What is happening down here? Did you see that? This thing was like flickering like crazy, bottom right hand of my screen. Okay, well, it seems like we're done. It seems like I have a build and I just need to push it onto Steam. I forget how to do that, unfortunately. There is a Steam tool that I downloaded somewhere that I can go find again. It's there's like their build tools that I'm gonna have to look up because I've totally forgotten what it's even called. From like, I don't know, 3 months ago, 6 months ago. Not 6. Actually, it's close to 6, 5 months ago. It's called Steam Dev Tools, I think. Terrible. I actually have like literally no recollection of what this thing was called. Is it? Oh, Steamworks SDK. There it is. Okay. Right. Okay. So I think I can figure out how this continues to work. Tools, Steam Pipe GUI. That's what I want. And then you guys can't see that, hopefully. Yes. Right. So can I just repoint it to a different... Hang on a second. Do not ship goes away. I do that. I say 9.1. And then I just hit go. That was risky. I just hit the button. I'm pushing this build right now. We'll find out if it worked. I was going to do it later, and then I stumbled into doing it right now. I already had like a payload set up for a previous build. I imagine the depot ID doesn't have to change. So as long as I change the build description and repoint to the current build path, it'll just work. We'll find out. I think I have to press a button after I upload it anyway on the Steamworks website to say, yes, use this now. I think that's how that works, right? It doesn't just happen because you upload on the Steam Pipe GUI. Or does it? We'll find out right now. Uploaded, success. Yeah, the stream started because I just uploaded all of Insignia to the new build to Steam just while we were talking. One sec. Where's my playtest? There it is. Manage your Steam playtest. Dude, 1,000 people are waiting to get into the next one. Yeah, I think I need to remember how to do this. I'm not quite there yet. Builds. There it is. Okay, sweet. So I make a new, I think I have to set the different build ID to the main branch, and then that'll work. All right. I'll do that later. Captain Beard says, hey, feel free to ignore me if it's the right time. Question for you. Me and my wife are making our first indie game, 2D pixel art. The main thing we're struggling with is a huge amount of time it takes to animate an A-sprite. We need to make 20 to 30 dragons, all unique, all with 3 to 4 animations per dragon. One dragon might take 4 or 8 hours to complete all animations. Do you have any generic tips that might be helpful? Or is it, yep, animating takes ages, lol. Yep, animating takes ages, lol. The thing is, the thing that's going to really save you is a workflow that at the very least lets you validate what you're doing with the dragons, and you want and to get the most out of the different poses that you do. Each animation, if you're putting 4 to 8 hours into something, it better be different from the other thing you just put 4 or 8 hours into. So when it comes to drawing a dragon, if you're going to draw all the dragons, like it sounds like we're looking at like something similar to, right? In Spyro Reignited, there are dragons, right? And the dragons are all really different from each other. Much more than in the original game. In the original game, there's like 5 models and they just rotate through them. In Reignited, they're all like these unique modeled dragons with their own personalities and whatever. And what I really like about this is that the models give them so much identity that it adds so much to the game because they're also different from each other. If you animated 10 dragons and 8 of them might as well be the other one, like they all look like each other, they're just subtly different, it's not worth it, right? You might as well just palette swap one dragon 10 times. So think about how you can maximize the value of the work you're putting in. That also means not just the silhouettes, but the way they move, what they're doing. Do they have props? Props might not need to move at all. If it's like this dragon is sitting on a hoard of gold, this dragon is sitting on a throne, this dragon is hovering in the air, he's flying. Those things are like going to make them much more memorable because they're different, but it might not be that much more work. So getting the most out of the work you put in is the trick. And the way I would do that is with keyframe work. Just do stills of the animations before you animate them. Put the stills in the game. I do that a lot. So like pretend you have 4 animations. Don't do animation 1, animation 2, animation 3, animation 4. Do pose 1, pose 2, pose 3, pose 4. Put them in the game. See how they feel. If you like them, then start animating them. I often work in my game with single frame animations that just sit on screen for a second each. I do that all the time. That's what this guy is. And his hurt animation is still that, right? It's just 1 frame. I don't know if I like this animation, but at least I didn't spend 10 hours animating it. Yeah. I mean, like, do they have to have the same body? Maybe they do. Maybe it depends on where you want to. The thing is, you're going to cut corners somewhere to save time. I'm just saying, make sure you cut the corners that least hurt the work that you do. Like, get the most out of everything you do. That's your goal. Okay. Well, it's 5:10. We've put a lot of work into this today. I'm really happy with where the game is sitting. I think like this is it's not like the perfect version of chapter 1. I still think that Athenium could use way more work, but I think like for what it is right now, it is the most stable, most feature-rich version we've had. I'm excited to get your feedback on it. I will post this directly after the stream, unless we do it right now. I mean, it's probably better to do it right now than another time, right? You guys can give me the immediate feedback of it doesn't work now. Okay, so hey, thank you so much for the follow. So I've got builds. I guess I go to publish and then I go to pending changes in history. No, not bundles. Playtest. Sorry, I have to do this like off camera because it's a bit, don't want to dox myself. Manage your Steam playtest. Application. Nope. Steam pipe builds. I'm not that up to speed with the way that the terminology works here. It's been a while. So 9.1 is going on default branch. Preview change. Damn, they texted me. Dude, I had to press confirm so many times. Wow, it's live. That just happened. Hey, Captain Beard, thank you so much for the sub. One sec. Let me go grab the patch notes. Okay. Did that just happen? Are we live? Did everything just work? Well, that was the plan anyway. Yeah, new build. If I press play, it is running, but I don't know if it's going to run immediately. No, that's an older version. Oh, those patch notes haven't come through yet. Wait, yes they have. Dude, how does this work? Sorry, I'm confusing myself. How do I check for updates? Is there like a button I can press? Wait, you haven't joined the playtest yet? Haven't you played it before? It should be up. I mean, like, I'm looking at it. Still showing up as join the playtest. No. This is an update to the playtest. This is not a public demo. Launch. That's the confusion. This is just me patching the playtest. Hey, Benjamin. How's it going? Hey, Magnus. Thank you so much for the sub. Yeah. This should happen immediately, I'm pretty sure. It doesn't even have an update queued. Did I do something wrong? No, it's not a public. Stop. Close Steam. Okay. Oh, Ace Bright's in the way. Okay. We could try it again. Did it work for anybody? Has anybody been able to get to it? Oh, you got it. Oh, that's awesome. And it's August 2026 version 0.9.1 in the title screen. Nice. That's sweet. Thank you so much. I'm glad somebody got it. It's like Santa Claus. He has to go one chimney at a time. It is. Okay, yeah, I'm getting it now. It's updating. Sweet. Hey, there we go. I made a game. Okay, I have a question. For everybody who's... I'm gonna open it up to more players, like literally right this second. But my question for everybody is, how can someone just confirm if it's their first time playing? Can someone confirm whether or not the game has volume when you start? There are so many people waiting to play. Holy moly. 1,000 people waiting for access. Jeez. I don't really know how to like limit it. All right, everyone, in you get. There's one Australian person who just asked to enter. You're in too. All right, there you go. 2,500 people. Okay. Well, I guess I got to let everybody know on Discord now also. Edit post. What do we call this? This is update announcement. Patch notes. Okay. Well, there you go. Cool. Volume's fine? Sweet. Thank you so much. Okay. Wow, I just did that. That was good. I'm making progress today. So, what do we do? Literally tomorrow, I'm sending this to publishers. Like that's what I'm doing now. I think it's something that I need to do in Figma. I need to write down maybe a list of things that I want to see in that little reel. Yep. I just wanted to know, Ninja Puss, when you get into the game, say you pick story mode, once you get to the bedroom with the player character on the screen, do you hear anything? Is the audio working? Music, everything? Because just now, I had all my volume sliders to 0 somehow. And I just wanted to make sure they didn't auto set them all to 0 on first playthrough. So as long as you can hear some music and you can hear sound effects of footsteps and whatever, that's fine. So, options. Oh my gosh. So option 1 is we just show like trailer style footage of the game. Pros. Sweet. Awesome. Pros, flashy, fast. Going to edit a trailer anyway. The playtest approval, you should get an email within 5 minutes of me pressing the button, I'm pretty sure. Thanks, Radu. Yeah, unless you press the button like a minute ago, because I have to then press allow more players in the next, to do that, to make it work. Okay. Option 2, do a bit more of a vlog. Pros. There's cons here. I knew that was going to happen. Con is might not be information dense. Doesn't give me a chance to guide the viewer's attention. Might feel a little more like marketing instead of communication. And why does it need to do that? What is my goal? My goal is to... You can use a keyboard. You just press down and left at the same time. Nah, just go play at this point. You should be fine. As long as the game doesn't break. If something breaks, you can message me on Discord. We've got a forum there you can check out. But if everything's just like working, then we're sweet. It's had a lot of testing. It's just that stuff might be a little unstable since the last time because I've been changing a bunch of stuff. So if the game just plays like a game and feels good to you, that's great. There will be things that aren't right, but like, I guess the people who have more experience with it will know which things are broken. You want the button again? Okay. One sec. "13 more people since just now." Okay, no more. You've had your chance. You've pressed your button. Everyone else has to wait. Okay. So goals to be a bit more to communicate the actual depth of the game as a project, particularly like the amount of work that's already gone into it. Features, planning, etc. And also polish, I guess. And then also like more depth on a bit of like an almost an insight into who is making it and how we got here. It kind of is a vlog in a sense. You know, it's almost like, hey, I'm Adam, this is what I'm making. I could make a video about this. This could be a completely separate thing. Why not? It could be public. There's no reason this couldn't be a YouTube video. So, and I guess just like express confidence in identity and some of the bets we're making in features and standards of things like animation, effects, combat, story. So I think just like blasting somebody's senses with like trailer stuff is not really what I want to do for this thing. Instead, it's more like I just want to like open the project up to you. And yeah, maybe that's just a YouTube video. It's maybe like an open letter to publishers. Just that. And this could be a pitch as well. Like almost like a video pitch. That's cool, Ninja Puss. Thanks. It will take a while before the game. One of the things that I'm a little self-conscious about with the game is that it for me, it's kind of a slow burn these days. When I play it, it feels like a slow burn rather than like a pow, pow, pow. Maybe by the time we release, I'll try to pick the pace up a little bit. I don't know though if that's actually just because I'm so used to every part of it that none of it feels novel to me anymore. Maybe for someone just playing it for the first time, it might feel like there's a lot happening. Do I have a list of what you expect to have in a demo game of a game? Oh, not really. It just depends on the game. For me, I am happy for the game's demo to be really long. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, if I can make you think, by the time the demo is over, if I can make you think the story is just beginning and there's a lot ahead, that's actually my goal. And, you know, in a way, I probably should have a trailer at the end of the playtest if I want to bring people along with me. Maybe that's something that I should do. Show them some like stuff that was in the end of that Instagram post. When there's more to play, I'll do that. Okay. Yeah. I think that I don't know, but for push moments, maybe you should actually collect these kind of immediate responses. I don't know what you mean by that. I think I've got access to the playtest, but I haven't brought myself to do it in a while. Yeah, that's fine. That's no problem. Yeah, I think the one thing that I do right now is at the end of the demo, you get a quest, and the quest does this. This is my favorite thing that this game does, because it reminds me of something that of a game that I played on the PS1. Like, my favorite thing is this feeling. Ready? I'm just going to skip this, and then I'm just going to skip this. This moment coming up, right? Right now. Camera zooms out and goes to a place way off, so far away. You've connected all these dots at this point. Let's just pretend. And now it's like, wait, what? The map is like all the way over here. There's something. That feeling, I love that feeling. And then the demo ends. It's like, wait, I wasn't ready yet. We just got here. Especially if like you look at, I don't really have like a chapter 1 end. Yes, I do. Hang on. I don't think this technically. Oh yeah. So like this, right? You've been to all these places, and then you get it already, but I just want to do it again. Like that is so cool. It's like, wait, I just did all of this, and now what about it? What's gonna happen? There's so much more game in my game. Really important. Okay. Open letter to publishers. What is Insignia? It's like, I'm making a game. Show pretty stuff. Who am I? What is this? What makes it special? Why am I looking for a publisher? How to contact me? Pillar with unique spin. So that's like platforming. So action gameplay, adventure, puzzle, platforming, action, adventure. Usually I'd say exploration here. Yeah, world. I guess it's really just 2, isn't it? Which I'm okay with. Cool. Yeah, I mean, this would be in a video on my channel that has 300,000 subscribers. So it's like, you will see the audience if you click on the video. I think I'm going to do that. Like just host it on the channel. I can't see why not. I've got a platform. Why am I not just like using the platform that I have to communicate? I think I've already committed to what I want to do. Yeah. Well, I think this is going to be not a trailer. I think this is going to be like a Nintendo Direct. I think that's what I'm making right now. It's like a, you know, when they explain then Nintendo's new first party Yoshi whatever game, and they're like, let's walk into the world of da-da-da. In da-da-da, you will do this, do that, do this. And they spotlight a feature, you know, just going through a bit more of that, like, let me explain you a thing. You know what I mean? Rather than just like, it's just a trailer. Instead of that, it's like, let's talk about this cool game that we are making for a little bit. But I want to lead the viewer towards this game needs a little bit of help, almost like a Kickstarter campaign. It's very similar to a Kickstarter video, but with a little bit less, just a little bit of less of the back half of what those videos usually are, where I'm talking about like very specific production stuff and like what we're going to do and what you get and da-da-da. Instead, it's more like, let's talk because I want to answer those questions and I want to find someone who's going to walk down that road with me. Less of a public appeal, even though it's for the public. Like people can, I guess I'm just like straddling the line between, I don't want to give too much TMI. That's too much information. I don't want to do TMI and I don't need to talk about numbers. I just want to share info about my game to interested people, including publishers, and give them a way to find me. That's pretty much it. Cool. So where we're at, chapter 2, mid-production, grey boxing, and then future plans, team size of 10 plus, needing funding, goals for the future, be ambitious, ballpark for serious parties. Maybe this, I don't know if this should be maybe I shouldn't say a figure in case I change my mind because we can't get anyone's attention and then the video is stuck with a number that isn't accurate anymore. I don't think it's worth filtering people that way. I think I should just say what we're doing. But I should at least mention that we have a full pitch and a timeline. Full pitch or is yeah, potentially. I am pitching again. I'm not pitching again so much as I am like following up with publishers. But I'm also opening. It's actually kind of a nice card, isn't it? You say, hey, so-and-so, looking to follow up on the pitch that I gave last year. Here's a bunch of info about where we're at right now. Here's the new pitch deck. Here's a new video. You can find a bit more about the game. And then in the video, they realize Adam sent this to everybody. All the other publishers are going to have the same information we have. Quick, sign him up. He'll be snapped up so quickly. This game's going, gone. That'd be a nice strategy if that worked. Did I have much interest? So I didn't send a pitch around. I went to a pitching event. So I was matched with publishers directly, and we spoke for 20 minutes each. I met with about 8 publishers in one day. And they were very reputable publishers, like the big ones in the indie space. There are many I still haven't spoken to. I haven't spoken to like Chucklefish or Team 17 or anything like that. But of the ones that I was most interested in meeting, I have like a list of like 10 publishers that would be my dream. Like 3 of them were there at this event. So the pitches went pretty well. I thought it was quite amicable. I just didn't follow up afterwards because I just didn't have it. I didn't have the energy, the confidence to. Let me rephrase. I didn't have the know-how, not the know-how. I didn't have the information I needed to take the next step forward, which was, how long do you need? How much do you want? I couldn't answer those questions confidently. So I think I just spent like 6 more months chewing, on the game. And it feels, part of me is like, I should have just gone for it. But actually what I was pitching back then is like half of the budget of what I have now. And the one I have now is so much more reasoned. So I don't know. I think I just wasn't ready. And I have had for the last like 3 years, this issue of like, there's the expectation that you have based on thoughts you thought when you were 25. I want to be here by this time. And so when the deadlines of your expectations are creeping on you, you start thinking, okay, I have to start making these next steps. But if you don't know how to walk yet, it's like, well, how do you think you're going to make those steps? I think that was the thing that I was struggling with, was like, I had not at the time, in like March 2025, I went to GTC. Really difficult for me to pitch at the time. I pitched to a couple of publishers, didn't really go amazingly. I didn't get much of a follow-up. Pitched again in October, got a lot more attention. But I just don't think that I had not we did 2 sprints, 2 6-month sprints with my team. We never delivered our milestones on time during that period. And I had no recourse for explaining why or fixing that during it. Like I couldn't like pivot into us delivering what we needed to deliver at the time. And the reality is, like, the only way I do upload these to my YouTube, yeah. The only way that was ever going to change was if I did 2 things. One is like get a freaking producer in my corner, and 2, solve much, much more of the game content-wise. Not just the systems, not just how it plays, but like, what do you do in chapter 4 halfway through the chapter? How does the game end? Like, how do we get to the credits of this game? I think like you can't run a production if you don't know what you're making, or at least have the experience to know what you're making, or how to get there intuitively. I don't have a lot of resources to waste. So the idea of like, let's just go, there needs to be like a, when the amount left is a lot less than when you've already done, then you already have encountered everything that you need to solve. There's no new problems. You're just solving old problems. Before that point, the experience you have is much less than what you have in front of you. So I think it's just that's the thing that's like, I always, for like 3 years, I've thought, okay, I'm at that point where I have like the 70% and now it's the last 30. And then it's like, no, this is the 70 point. No, this is the 70 point. And even now I look at it and I'm like, you know what? I have to pitch now, because even in my current timeline, we don't really go to production until like March again, unless things go really well. And I need a lot of time still. Like, I want to get to the credits on a version of the game soon, before it all happens, which is insane, but that's just where we're at. So this is going to take me the weekend, but I will get it done. And then on, I guess, Monday, I'll start sending things out. I don't know what else to say. How many sales will I need to break even? That's totally dependent on the investment we get, and what we choose to do. It also depends on what you consider in the investment to be. Like, my investment versus the publisher's investment are different things. For me, like, my break even number is dependent on what I value my time to have been, right? Like, all the last decade of creating the YouTube channel and doing all that stuff. How indebted do I consider myself to that 10 years right now? Sorry, how indebted is it to me? Like, does the last 10 years owe me $100K a year? Probably not. I mean, I've been making some money every year. I've been working. I've made, on average, 50 to 60K a year from some content creation, some contracting. It works out about 50K a year, maybe a little more. So if I valued my time at like 100K a year, let's just say hypothetically, on average over that 10 years, then 500K is the number that I would need to break even, because it's 10 years of dev, 50K a year. If I get, if I get 500, then we're great. And that's Australian dollars. To me, that's like my, kind of like, I mean, it's not even really breaking even. That's like doing quite well for yourself. If it was like 80K a year, then it's only 30 extra over the 50. So 30 times 10 is 300. So like, that's pretty modest. If the game made 300K for me personally, I'd say, that's fine. I've got enough money to then survive, start the next game, put a down payment on a house. I get my life back on track with 300K AUD. There's a document here that I use to calculate this stuff if you're interested. We've had it on stream. It's not that much of a secret. I can just show it to you. So the way I see it, there's two things that we need to look at. The first one, oh man, I hate this. One sec. How do I fix this? Okay, that one's fine. Okay, so this was a data scrape that I did of games in 2024 by Steam revenue. Okay, so for me, this green line here along the middle, hey, thank you so much for the sub, for the follow. This line down the middle horizontally is like what I would consider our a solid success for us. This would be like a win for us to hit this space. I mean, the Iconoclast is a great game. And at the current pitch that I'm making, the pitch that I'm suggesting is like, we would probably need to make something in this band just to to reach that like happy point. Like I said, these are good games. This would be like a success if the game gets funded and we release it. At that point, it has to make a lot more than just my 300K, right? I want to make and also I want to make a lot more than that. So if we look at these numbers, this is my estimation of what I think a publisher needs. So right now, this number here is the total, what I expect a publisher will want to invest in US dollars. Okay? They might want to invest that much money total, including marketing. But by the end, all is said and done, we burn through 30% extra than what we intended on. That's added on top. So that's like their worst case. They've invested that much money. This game needs to make back something like double that. So then this number has to be double. Is this USD? That's AUD. So it's actually this number we're looking at. If this number matches this number, or at least gets close, that's pretty good, I would say, for a publisher. They double their investment. So that happens if the game sells quite a lot of Steam copies, right? It's like 180K is a lot, but it's not out of the ballpark for a lot of these games. If we tune this down to like 100K, it's very different. And we'd probably have to switch up the split so that they make their recoup first. And then this works out differently, because then, it doesn't quite work that way. Well, hang on. I mean, yeah. So they need to make more than that. I mean, I think genuinely, I think we could cross this like almost organically, like without a publisher marketing. So yeah, if you subtract, 600 from this and add it on there, it goes very differently. But I think we clear this with the right publisher. I think we clear it. Even if we hit like 130 lifetime, it's much more favorable. That's pretty good. That's profit, $1 million profit. And that's like, if this goes back the other way, I think they're pretty happy. But we'll see. The thing is, like, for this game, I don't see a way around us needing the budget. Like, why are you assuming $0? Because I'm not pitching it at the moment. We don't sell any copies because we don't support it. If we add it, we have to like add the Xbox support. So if I say like 10% of Steam sales on Xbox, that's another 300K. But that's assuming we invest in the time, which I actually think we probably should do that. But because it's not going to cost us 300K to port it to Xbox. But if we weren't going to do it, then that's just the conservative figure. So I think this number here, this $3 million revenue, that's like right here. Yeah, right in the middle. It's 2 million US. So it's actually a lot smaller. It's actually the lower band of this. A lot of these games have done a lot better than that. Obviously, some of these are big games. Like, I probably think once you get into this band here, this line here, now it's like you're looking at like double. You're looking at 5 million gross US. That's killer. You know, now we're looking at like, what's that, 200,000 Steam sales? No, 5 million US, 400,000? 350? 325? 310. Okay, 310,000 units would be like this Eastwood level. That's a lot of sales. I don't think we'll get that far, but if we did, publisher's very happy at the end, I imagine. So am I. But I think that Insignia, I think it does well. I think a lot of it depends on the publisher. This is Australian dollars. So 20, 23, 25 US. Might be less. Maybe 20 exactly US. I'm not sure. Fake dollars. Yeah. So who knows? It might do better on Switch. That can happen. You know, if that happens, let's go back to 150. This is like my conservative win condition, like 150K. I think we do I think we should have, one way or another, this should be the win condition. 30% Steam cut's already here. This is already calculating all that. It's also accounting for the average sale price being only 66% of the base cost. So this is on sales. I think 150K sales on Steam should be the win condition. Like if it's higher than that, it's like, what are we doing a little bit? Like if we desperately need to make 300,000 sales, that doesn't feel right. You know, like I feel like this number, this 2.4 million US gross, I look at the games here and I compare them, right? I like compare the games that are on the graph. And I look at the amount of time I've put in, the pedigree I think that I'm working towards, and hopefully it'll go up as we add funding. You know, this band is like where we are right now. I know this is the 2 million USD band. It's around here. Just looking at other games that are similar to mine in the last 10 years, this is kind of where we are. If we can push it to like up here, it's great. We're in a really good spot. So you can get most of this stuff if you go to Gamealytic. They have an API you can search directly on games that have released. So like, you know, game like Iconoclasts, here it is. That's the number I'm pulling. So you just poll their API and they tell you how many languages it supports, you know, the rest of it. So you can, if you do enough queries, you can build up a graph like this pretty easy. And this was 2024, so a lot of these numbers are a lot higher for some of the bigger games. But yeah, I think this is pretty reasonable. I'd like to do a little bit more. Hang on, my wife's just messaged me. What are we doing? We can start heating now. So if we go genres and tags, you need start or pro. Okay, whatever. Action, adventure, indie. Pixel graphics. Let's go Metroidvania specifically. And then released after 2020, maybe? But I want to see games in that. Oh, I got to do it again. Action, adventure, indie, subgenres, Metroidvania, just for the sake of it. Tags, pixel graphics. Released after 1st of the 1st, 2020. Annoying, we can't see the revenue. But I know I can search the revenue for any of these games. I know I can already do that. So if I go to like Haiku the Robot, their gross revenue is $1 million. Wait, that's 9 Years of Shadows. Where is Haiku? I mean, maybe it's not indie. It doesn't matter. Jeez Louise. What's with these people? What if we take away Metroidvania? Oh wow, Animal World doesn't count itself as Metroidvania. That's crazy. Yeah, a lot of these games sold a lot of copies. But that's not a revenue. A lot of these games would have been free to play. So we're looking at something that has a base price of about $20. This kind of range is pretty much where we are. Even Eastwood is up there. UFO 50. A lot of these are $24. They've kind of gone up. We could probably afford $24.99. I think Eastwood did well. It's up there. It's on the all-time list. I think it sold pretty well. They made like 10 million Australian dollars on Steam alone. Astral Ascent. 300k copies. Amazing. 4 million. That's great. Cool. Drover. $5 million, 300k players. Actually, quite a lot of games in this range that we're looking at. This is pretty. 10 million. It's amazing. So, you know, it's not like we're not in a position where what we're trying to achieve is like way out of, oh my gosh, it's crazy. You know, we're not in the position where what we're trying to achieve is way out of normal for this kind of thing. Some of these might be a little out of the genre. I don't know this game. Mixed reviews. Oh, did I see this? Dude, these trailers are so good. I think I know the artist who makes these trailers. Damn. Looks really cool. Why don't people like this? Looks really good. Well, it made $1 million, but mixed reviews recently. It's not a difficult game. Visually, it's very nice. Combat is fun-ish, but it's simple. However, the main issues I found with it were shared energy shields, exploration, sure. Even years after release, there's still significant bugs, including soft locks, crashes, audio glitches, and more. I mean, a lot of positive reviews. Yeah. Seems like, yeah, I think this is tough. When a game looks really good, has all the things that it needs to do well, and then something about it, just the way that it is balanced, isn't quite right. I don't I don't know. We can take a look. Maybe I should play it.
I always find myself eager to play a new Metroidvania. When done right, the genre provides countless hours of entertainment.
3 years ago.
Hellbird Studio developed 9 Years of Shadow
It's pretty.
emphasizes this point tenfold. Despite not reinventing the wheel or doing anything mechanically novel, its presentation, gameplay pacing, and sense of progression offer a genuinely great experience. Still, its technical performance makes it stumble far too often, causing a troubling, mixed, and inconsistent adventure. Before we get into the video, we'd like to thank our Patreon supporters for making this possible. Please take a second to check out patreon.com/noisypixel to support independent game journalism. Including her family, to a treacherous curse sapping the world of color and life.
Pretty.
Now, after years of battle-hardening training, she approaches Talos Castle, from which the curse is said to have started, with the intention of ridding it once and for all. Then, after nearly falling victim to one of the castle's roaming monsters, a bizarre bear-like creature named Apino arrives and saves her, also acting as a potential ally for the trials ahead. Europa will also meet several other individuals throughout of where they are at all times. This may seem like a minor and self-explanatory point not requiring emphasis. Still, after playing some recent games that try to make their maps too fancy or multifaceted, it's honestly relieving to have something just nice and simple. The NPCs met are all significant as they each provide quests or act as vehicles for upgrades. The latter set of individuals is actually grouped, lending towards convenience. Europa's equipment and such can be enhanced, though the variety of choices is pretty limited. However, this isn't a flaw since the manual selection can make the perceived growth feel more satisfying. Plus, their acquisitions depend on resources earned via exploration and enemy slaying, so the systems, while compact, work well together. Regarding combat, Europa's attacks are few in number, yet highly effective. Expected directional variation is present, providing situational on-the-fly action. When taking both Europa and enemies' movement into account, the combat speed is relatively moderate, so there's rarely any occasion where you'll find yourself overwhelmed. Admittedly, some of the boss battles defy this notion. But if you're used to playing more fast-paced Metroidvanias and the like, 9 Years of Shadows could be a gratifying change of pace. Still, the real spice of the gameplay arrives in the elemental armors. As progression is made, you'll obtain new equipment that enables traversal to previously inaccessible areas, while also granting enhanced offensive power against particular foes. Typical Metroidvania facets. Despite how commonplace this may seem, the usage here is great. You can immediately switch through these armors using a single button press, allowing for immersive seamlessness, but one particular armor really impressed me. At a certain point, Europa will gain equipment, letting her swim underwater, and the sheer swiftness of the movement is genuinely astounding. Apino, the bear traveling with you, is also noteworthy. It can shoot out projectiles needed for accessing pathways and defeating certain foes. Moreover, it acts as Europa's lifeline. To elaborate, whenever Europa shoots out an attack from Apino, a gauge illustrates the creature's remaining energy. If you are hit, while gauges impose an emergency context when you're facing enemies that you don't understand. The design choice is pretty wise in hindsight because it limits the potential spamming that Apino could cause from afar and rewards timed attacks. Further, this enhances their bond and the player's character for the animal. I briefly touched upon the boss fights, but they're simply just alright. Mechanically, they boast fair telegraphs and get the job done of being skill checks with strategies comparable to how you deal with standard mobs, except on a more intricate scale. However, I found their general movesets and challenge lacking. But regardless, they were fun thanks to the battle system. 9 Years of Shadows' identity heavily revolves around its soundtrack and display of the game's narrative and themes that tie into long sought after rejuvenation. In fact, the title begins in pure black and white, instilling the intensely grim context Europa has thrown herself into. Unfortunately, the most critical fault of 9 Years of Shadows is its performance. Even though it's usually fine, the game would frequently face intermittent slowdown. I would have tested this around to be faults make playing needlessly frustrating that I'd ordinarily recommend to all fans in a heartbeat. Its combat also thrives with meticulous, loving effort evident in countless areas. Yet these strengths make the performance faults all the more disappointing.
The thing is, for me, this is really tough. I think that there can be sometimes, it feels like there's like a couple of schools of development. And one of the schools of development for this kind of game that I think a lot of productions fall into is you have incredibly talented pixel art team with a lot of pedigree. I mean, this art is phenomenal. Some of the prettiest art I've seen. But the mechanics that it's put on top of aren't able to take advantage. Like, it's too rigid. The art is like, how do I describe it?
Her family.
It's like
However, this isn't a
the character controller is not deep enough. And if the character controller was deeper, it would have made the art way more expensive. So it's like, well, what's the best, most straightforward like character controller and gameplay we can do for the movement and the attacks and stuff for this pipeline where we have these incredible pixel artists producing work for us. And I think what that ends up with oftentimes is something that feels very much like it's Castlevania Symphony of the Night. It's a run cycle, a turn, a jump, a fall, a grounded attack, a jump attack. All of the attacks come out on frame 1. It's just like a very like standard playbook of like character controller. And I think by extension, you get a lot of these enemies that are very similar, where it's just like enemy doing idle animation, moving towards you, or like enemy that is one animation. They stand in the one spot, they do one thing. And I think that can work. There's nothing wrong with that. But I think that forces you into a space where there's the amount of innovation you can do is limited in a way that makes these games, a lot of them feel very similar. Like I look at this game and I'm like, this feels a lot to me like The Last Faith and Blasphemous and all of the other Symphony of the Night likes. You know, like it's got the same. There's another one where you play as a woman. What's that one called? It's not The Last Faith, is it? No, there's another one that's like this too.
Staying true to their inspirations. I would say that newly released game.
So for me, I feel like those games, if you're not perfectly executing on that kind of thing, it's hard. Is it Death's Gambit? Not sure. I don't think so. I never heard of this game. Not Ender Lilies. It's like the same thing, but you're like, she kind of looks like Melania. She's got a helmet and like a red sash. I don't know the name of it. Whoa, that was so much animation in that dinosaur turn. Hey, Frog Rain. No Insignia? Frog Rain's being made by friend of the stream, Arkin-Pixel. This is really pretty. That's so nice. Dude, why is my internet stopped? It's not bloodstained, no. Hey, I'll wrap up. Not Clockwork Ambrosia. Bro, what is the name of this game? Mariachi Legends is another one. Not what I was thinking, but. And like this, like to get from the Castlevania thing to this, which is like the next 2 levels up, is so expensive. Or you have to live in like a country that's the developing country. Like all your artists have to be from, South America or Southeast Asia or something. Because there's so much animation. It's gorgeous. But like, how do you... Mexico, right? How do you like justify so much of it? Like Insignia's got a lot. But it's taken me 10 years and I'm, one guy. Anyway. So I think what ends up happening with these kind of games is that there's like an escape velocity. It's like, there's like games that you can make with 1 or 2 or 5 people. And then there's games that you kind of need like 15 plus. And I feel like Insignia is kind of like, we've been sitting in this weird spot for so long that's like, well, which one is it? Which kind of game are we? Are we a big game, a really big game? Or are we like a small indie game? I don't know yet. You guys have to tell me. I think we're doing good stuff. I don't think I've seen a game that has a combat system like Insignia in this category. Like I really am proud and excited by the combat system we've got and where it's going to go in later chapters of the game, more enemies we make and stuff like that. And I love the scale of the world and how warm and real the world feels. Like I feel like there's something special here that's different. And I hope that that's enough for people to push us beyond that. That mark that we need to hit. I hope it pushes us up into this like, oh, you got to play Insignia. That to me, that's like this range. If we can get here, it's like, okay, now we're talking. Definitely worth the time that we put into it. I think we can. I don't think it's crazy at all. I don't think it's crazy at all for us to get to like, this band. I think that's fine. And when I look at these games, like, wow, they made 4 to 8 million gross on Steam. Quality wise, I don't think we've got that much to be afraid of if these are our competitors. I know that sounds really confident, but like Owlboy, it's a gorgeous game. It's not like gameplay wise, it's very standard. Like it's not groundbreaking, but it's very charming. So like, I think you have to have at least one amazing quality to get into that space. I think we can do that. I think Insignia, I think we've got some really pretty pixel art too. I think we're not, it's not Eastward, it's not Owlboy, but it's not like that far behind in my opinion. I'm not saying this to make myself feel good. I'm just saying for what we're pitching, why I think it's reasonable for us to have certain games as our comps. Okay. Who are we rating? Let's rate Timbo Day. Thanks, everyone. Had a lot of fun. Hope you did too. I'll be back tomorrow. I'll see you all then. Okay, that's been the stream. Wishlist Insignia on Steam. It was a pleasure. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time. Wait a second. That's not quite right. I didn't do that right. Until next time.